babies. The epic mess that's left on steps is crazy. Our weapons kept to scare undressed ladies. Eloquent suggested, never vote black at president elections. Never vote black at president elections.
Big come through, devastating damage. Hit you with the blam blam, the manhand the sandwich. I stay next door to an ape. The late BB King bass guitar scorching your face. I don't poly with that squally. I probably shouldn't teach my kids to catch bodies. Let's have a flesh party. Big guns, big fists, one man killer army. This is bullpen therapy. My wife tripping. I knew I should have married weed. The whole team is down. I'm sending henchmen. I don't got no secrets like Brendan Benson. Allow milk to an Asian, go crazy shit. 80 shit, selling pregnant ladies coke. I'm old as like Tupac record. Circuit board to the common chores, hit the exit. Circuit board to the common chores, hit the exit. Circuit board to the common chores, hit the exit. Pantera and Marabon. A bag of tan in the travel on. Backhandler, manhandling mom, Sean. Piece to Bandela and Farrakhan. The best card in flesh, Sean's here. Metal fragments on face, the Teflon beard. The ape is great, the papes I make is great. The weight I break on plates is shake, don't hate. The flow is straight, so no debate. I'm holding cake, unload the 8, behold your face. Clapper up the 9, rapper all the time. Can't rewind that rapper, rapping lines fine.
I'm that.
Sun grab me on the motherfucking track.
I went through 190 on the motherfucker's back.
Rap like somebody
Out already.
Slap them hard body, they be out already. Rebel hear the tune, stepping at the moon, the metal, bearded goon, ping. Go.
Gem snooker from top turnbuckle.
All of your bitch, go against the warrior prince. Walking on rose pedal metal, the 40 to 5th. Ping. Battle off bars, blasting off
That's enough in the Hasselhoff car.
mind over matter, the fuck the matter with y'all. Divine rhyme pattern, ruckus better than y'all. See near spitting new shit, infectious lines. Clean your ear with the Q-tip and check the rhyme. Sean from a tribe called Shabazz. It's on site, I might leave a knife in your ass. Truly back, search how come. Sean so nice, Coogee
Rap first album.
Shit I spit is facts, exquisite with the raps. But I feel that I'm slipping through the cracks.
Hey, Bitty Love, how you doing?
Dipping through the trap, just trying to finish my pack. Soon as I get done, I'm gon' get one. I'm gon' get some. That's my shit, son. Slipping through the cracks, dipping through the trap, just trying to finish my pack. Soon as I get done, I'm gon' get one. I'm gon' get some. That's my shit, son. Listen, I'm out days on the low, though he's a bitch. Papa shot in his stomach, Manolo shoot the piece of shit. Plaza Hotel, cocaine, who is he? Scooty D music, this shit a movie to be. Stripping in the packs, ripping on the back, and I'm slipping through the cracks. You got fat bar starve, skit drawn is on, this the ballad from off. Kidnap a kid if you think I ain't about that. Million to midget,
Oh, that's not good.
Slipping through the cracks, dipping through the trap, just trying to finish my pack. Soon as I get done, I'm gon' get one. I'm gon' get some. That's my shit, son. Slipping through the cracks, dipping through the trap, just trying to finish my pack. Soon as I get done, I'm gon' get one. I'm gon' get some. That's my shit, son. Here we go.
Third person.
People think I'm talking to myself when I'm rehearsing on the rhyme. A mass production is a mass production. Man, I throw a pedal to the left, there you go. Minimize the synthesizer when I wind up for the pitch. But I don't pitch a bitch cause sales get derailed and told.
Oh, an abundance
Of cash.
Damn.
I let it go, he was my
Man.
man. I tried to trust him,
But I bustin'
twice in
my trash can and I'm asking. I don't need psychology to see.
the dichotomy in me. Knew
Something was fishy.
but I'm better than wishy-washy or topsy-turvy. It kinda irked me that I called him sleeping, cause I try to be wide awake, but he slows it down so I can't dilate and show that I'm bigger than that. But I also have to consider the fact that opposed to him not being the right keeper,
I'm a light sleeper. I'm a light sleeper. I'm a light sleeper. I'm a light sleeper.
So, what do I mean when I reach maturity and still see that I'm not the mayor of my mayonnaise, the master of my blue? At least I have a swing and a few things on my mind. It's never a good night, not just a
Rise and shine.
Why's the rhyme so important? Why do I have to be so potent and blow the microphone?
What about choking?
I don't. I'm arrogant and outspoken, mouth no token. I'm just the roustabout.
I have a house.
But I don't come tight. But it's routine. It's street fame for true hip hop.
Hip-hop.
It's the trip when I drop my style and forget it and
Forget
forget
where I got it from.
How I got 'em sprung. Cause I'm stuck on myself and I depend on my luck and wealth for health matters. So I don't explode with stress. I'll serve you an elf platter. They'll tell me that
No,
my
I feel
shit is
that.
better than the first, but I'm a light sleeping rapper
Rapper
in
in
a
the
hearse.
house. I'm a light sleeper. I'm a light sleeper.
I don't wear sarongs in my songs. I just the skirts and verses. And I used to measure my demeters with
Clever
clever
pentameter.
pentameters. But I bounce like a pogo and I'm solo with the hobos.
Hobos.
A nocturnal kernel in a journal. I put
Exhort Skrilla, how we store killers. I store killers. Man, I caught killers. Disarm four killers. Catch frontin'. Court killers. Who more realer? We in the four-wheeler. F-Mike till you
See me, you never saw Thriller.
Fist scale.
Come on,
Thrillers.
bitch.
Dirty Hall want me to go.
Oh, yeah.
Small Pisces.
That's from the Archdiocese. You got heartbeat. Ideally, the part wifey.
I'm Anthony, I do things the harder way. Pardon me, escalate, marmalade, mama stayed. And I send the wolf stars a play. And the do copper car today, color pink Chardonnay. And I clap at your man, got the clappers. Clap on, clap off, clap at his hands. Only thing he ever clapped was his hands. He'll get butt raped, duct tape the Michelin man, bastard. Get in his fan, listen to Ken, maggot. Get in his fan, listen to Ken, maggot. Listen, let's bring it back. No lie, of course. I missed the era of the BMB piece. I was ducking GMDC. Had that scope, aiming the light. Seen all Alice, Kings, the Rikers. Contain, detain, maintain, complex. Maintain, reign, the game is for lifers. I don't care, I put the flame in the fire. Christian, atheist, pray to Elijah. Don't play, okay, just pray I don't snipe. Cause with the SK, don't you're okay. My AK was my AKA before my ABCs that had me A-okay. I'll show you how to make 2 million out your deal. For the right price, I can get you out your deal. Smack your CEO, that's when the tech is soaring. 4 mil from Def Jam, and I ain't sell a record for him.
You're making a big mistake fighting crack tonight. He's gonna break your ass in two. There's still time for you to wise up and walk away.
Cooking soul.
We got broke niggas, woke niggas who want smoke niggas. I fuck with Scott Storch, so you know we got coke niggas. Fake with having them lacing carrots. Dining in the States in Paris, amazed the fabrics. I was rich when they wasn't, still rich when you was. Man, it is what it is, I'm a habitual plug. If I said it, you say I was pathological. Got shot twice, same night, I checked myself out the hospital. I was bumping Key Sweat, had the gun in these sweats. Talks of killing his moms, I couldn't live with regrets. It's coke. So many bitches, I swear I'ma die dickless. Now that the bags is bigger to talk different. She want the best life now, so here's your wish, miss. We been shitting on something, about to do Christmas. Off-white colored in trucks, the hood love them toys. Ain't no future in this, some good love and joy. Skin brown, call her almond joy. We mash potatoes on the arms to avoid the noise. I told Flex, I'm a thug, man, I'm a die fly. Chanel fur, on 60 bands, New York's fly guy. Chop the top off the Porsche when it would convert. My Cleopatra in Dubai try and make me convert. I'm saying, Salam alaikum, na uni gulpi, you know? Listen, trendsetters, pristine boys, niggas, they ice me. Woke up at the awards, every rapper just like me. I inspire the bosses. Shit, I've been moving white like fire and crosses. No Trump intended. Made me a menace, stash work on the team playing with Zach was on Memphis. When he win from the Browns, real. Don't tell you Al, there's some other motherfucking clown will. And you could thank Spike for the motion pictures. A couple Jesus and Nice, that's the frozen scriptures. Steam rockin', Remy poppin', Drake poppin'. Pick and roll, Khaled Malone, and I'm Stockton. And you wonder why them niggas depressed. We sellin' the same dope, I just pictured the best. It's Coke. Joe Crack! Me!
One day you all shiny, suited up. The next day, you hear the garage looking for the raw shit.
What you got? Cooking soul, bring the raw tapes.
Beats that collected dust, volume 3. Inmo, worldwide. Talk to 'em.
conversation about the things that I said. Is he coming off the head? Is he that high level that his third eye is red? I know we used to love her. Is it true he really cared? Did he become a great actor when hip-hop was dead? A hungry hip-hop junkie, does he keep his people fed? With a seat at the table, would he be like Chairman Fred? Charge it to the game, or give Chicago cred? Shy niggas get dough, is that just how they bred? Carrying toast like a celebration. Why do they hate he like an undeveloped nation? It's levels to this, mine's is elevation. I excel, LL acceleration. My melanin is the fifth element, a gift to relevance. In the room like elephants, never forgetting the Mega Ever's mission. Wherever there's race, you know that there's distance. Wherever there's power, you know that there's resistance. I've been double-crossed like Christians. Listen, envisioning the hereafter. Listening to Lauryn Hill on some Fuji shit. I'm still scoring still. Deep in the game, I want a K. I rest to know my name. My philosophy was prophecy before the fame. The streets ordained me, hip-hop became me. I play life and music in the same key. Yeah.
Too bad when you keep on trying to talk to me. You stayed and I didn't even see. I'm here for a piece, show so what you got for me. Don't move in front of me.
Counter clicking over and over again. Thought she saw gold when she seen us in the flesh. Tossing and turning, slice the current, stung your face, wave after wave, Dr. Guy out of Monaco. Beat on Formula 1 like I'm Lou Hamilton, trauma unit number 1. Posted up the same visions, get it lifted. Louis tossed everywhere. Pit off in that wagon, had to set sail. Never see him water the way we seen. Call your best friend, I'll get in between. Top deck looking like it's crazy, girl. She keeps spilling all the A's and the twos.
Too bad when you keep on trying to talk to me. You stayed and I didn't even see. I'm here for a piece.
Making power moves. P-hour moves.
We just like to introduce some of our dope music to you. Saying dope is like the kind of music that you would love to hear.
I'm always trying to test the water to see what I can get away with playing. I'll always be having some shit where I'm just like, I wonder if they're gonna let me get away with playing this. But it's like, you know, you never really know. And you know what? How's everybody else doing out there? Happy birthday, Biddy Love. That feels like something that would get me in trouble. Hey, Edge Crusher, how you doing, man? Long time. Hymetron or Hymeteron. It's probably Hymeteron, probably. How you doing? Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too much. That's funny. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. 13th Warrior. Com check on FleetNet.
Did you find that side, Captain?
Lieutenant Commander, what's up, brother?
Just getting motivated, doing some stretching.
Shit, I need to do that my goddamn self.
I got a lifetime of bad habits to make up for myself, but...
Dog, it seems like you've been a part of the UF for a lot longer. Yeah, we're celebrating the life and times of Biddy Love today. Oh, I just realized something. have to realize sometimes that this doesn't travel with this. So if that's not there, then that won't be playing. So I had to figure that out. Second issue Norch. How do I keep them straight? I don't. I smoke a lot of weed and I try to fucking remember all the shit I got going on at the same time. That's how I deal with it. Can't keep it all. Can't keep it all in your head, dog. Some shit's gonna fall through the cracks. You just try your best to not let too much fall through the cracks. I do have a lot of projects though. Write everything down. I don't follow that. You ready? All right. Cheers. Cheers. Doc, we got so much done yesterday. Lieutenant, have a good one. Peace, peace. See you later. Yuri the best. What's going on? What's going on? Say again. That's not good. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. How you doing, Ghost Cypher? Hell yeah, man. Totally understand that. Yeah. situation going. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's your status on that? Thought we were supposed to be meeting pretty soon about that. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, shit. I'm sure somebody has solved that issue. I mean, that can't be an issue that no one has solved. And I'm not saying that you haven't tried everything possible thing that you can think of, but like, I have a hard time believing that's not a solvable issue. There are 2012 potatoes that can run Star Citizen. Okay. Hey, can you describe a little bit what the issue is? Like, what does it do that you can't figure out how to stop it from doing? Nah, I think it's more fundamental than that. I don't think it's a Star Citizen thing. I think it's like a running the app on his architecture thing. See? It just crashes as soon as I launch the game. Man. AMD driver incompatibility issue. Yeah, Ohio's weird. Yeah. Damn it. I wonder if that's a wired thing. Because if that's not a wired thing, whoops. You guys heard those little beeps. I apologize. Script, what's going on, man? How you doing? Just trying to fucking work on this damn app. Oh, I'm just trying to work out these bugs. 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. we're hurting the crown before donning it. Oh. I was like, I'm sure I get the context of that if I was a little bit more, you know what I mean? Oh. So- Mm. Yeah, if we can get this working, dog, it's gonna be fucking incredible. I mean, it's so close and yet so far. Yeah, we appreciate it. Yeah, we only have this feature and a couple of other features before we can really start the polish part. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking close. It's so close. Oh. Well, I can guarantee you we're on somebody's radar. That's for damn sure. I mean, I would bet that people who would think that we're competitors to them probably know who we are already. It's so close, man. It's so fucking close, dude. I'm just like, I couldn't sleep last night because all I could do was think about it. I had to put on some like deep Star Trek shit to fucking like just keep my mind busy while I could actually like fall asleep. Woke up this morning, first thing on my mind. Couldn't think of nothing else. I'm like, fuck, how are we gonna solve these problems? We have maybe a couple of days to probably implement this feature, which I know if all options are on the table, that's possible, which all options are kind of on the table at this point, so that it is possible. But I was hoping not to use the nuclear option unless it's absolutely necessary, and so Well, I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I'm going to change it up a little bit, actually. I'm going to put something on in the background that's more of a podcast and not music. Because there's some stuff going on in the AI world that I am thinking about while I am testing this app. And so
this is pretty public.
Yes.
We just issue
Post capital.
that's
You said like 3 years out. What's your answer to that?
Maybe 3 months ago. we're in the middle of recursive self-improvement now, and I would say my estimate of the San Francisco consensus, we're deep in the middle of recursive self-improvement right now. Almost every major frontier lab has made it quite clear in their public announcements that all of the frontier models, all of the state-of-the-art models that have been announced in the past few months were largely designed and trained by their predecessors. That is, by definition, recursive self-improvement. We are there.
Imad, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can literally see it. It's takeoff time.
Takeoff time.
And
inflection point.
And nobody wants to say it. Which is the most interesting thing.
Why?
Well, because they're afraid that if someone knows that they have it, then other people will know that they have it. And then pressure will come from all sorts of clauses they have in their contracts.
Especially the government pressure is like, look what happened in the last 2 weeks at Anthropic and OpenAI. You don't want more of that. You don't want congressmen in your building tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting. I asked Kevin Will, who is also on our stage, right, who's the VP of Science. He's in charge of using all of OpenAI's capabilities to advance science. His statement was, I want 100 scientists winning 100 Nobels. I was like, that's interesting, but when I asked him, are you going to keep your models secret because you're going to be able to use them to advance your company far faster than anybody else? He said, no, our job is to get it out there to the public. I don't believe that.
We still don't have the model that they used to win the gold medal in the IMO.
Interesting.
We commented, I think I commented at the time, that's the first bifurcation that you see. We used to have the frontier model every single time. The moment they got to that, that was the last time.
Yeah. The other thing which was fascinating, I asked Kevin outright, and I love Kevin, he's an incredible human being. I said, okay, you're about to get, AGI/ASI that's going to be able to help you solve longevity, help you get your superconducting, help you get new kinds of molecules, solve, physics, chemistry, and biology.
Fusion. Who doesn't want fusion?
Fusion. And we'll talk about fusion, but the thing is that these are all trillion-dollar opportunities. So all of a sudden, I'm realizing that these frontier companies are going to be able to generate trillions of dollars of new revenue because of the products they're going to be creating.
What does your t-shirt say, Peter?
It says, solve everything. What does yours say, by the way?
Mine says,
let there be agents.
There be agents.
Yes.
We're missing the lobster theme here.
That's true.
This is the whole point, though, that of this book that we just co-authored, that we get superintelligence, and the killer app, arguably, of superintelligence is solving everything, including all of these high-profile, glamorous scientific and engineering challenges. It's happening.
And Anthropic and OpenAI, I'm sure Google, all the labs are hiring the top mathematicians and physicists and chemists and biologists inside, but they're software companies. Why are they hiring these people?
Because everything, so friend of the pod, Ray, as he, I think Ray would say, everything's becoming software. And when we have superintelligence solving all disease, it's a software problem. If we can create a virtual cell that perfectly models diseased states, and we can steer through cell embedding space to get from diseased cell to healthy cell, it's a software problem. Everything's becoming a software
The minute CRISPR arrived and you could edit the human genome, the human body becomes a software engineering problem.
It's all just a software problem. At which point, a coding model can do essentially anything in the physical world.
Yeah, fascinating. We had some of the top robot CEOs here, 4 of them. We had out of China, out of the US, we had 3. And, it's interesting. Question of when these robots will start to pop into our homes. I pulled Bert Bornick aside, and he promised me, Okay, I'm not going to take one of the two robots he had here, unfortunately, but this summer he will ship me one of those.
This summer?
One of the X robots. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll have Brett here next year with figure.
You're gonna get one of those too, right? You're gonna have them plan it out.
Probably duke it out in the backyard for entertainment. I think one other CEO we had here at the Abundant Stage, which was amazing, was Dara, the CEO of Uber.
Yeah.
What did you find interesting about what Dara's comments?
You know, Dara, the crowd wanted to know desperately, like, what's the timeline to automation, self-driving car, robotics? And he's like, you know, we're gonna automate 30% or so of our employment this year. And I'm listening to this. I'm on so many boards where the CEO is telling me, Dave, talk to my whole company, but don't talk about rampant job loss. And you're like, Dara, you have what, 1 million odd drivers, and the self-driving car is imminent? And I was like, well, 30% maybe, you know.
He did make a very valid point, though, that as we automate, you'll need human drivers for the areas that you don't have autonomous cars, and you'll have Javon's paradox continuing to just flow gently into the environment. Although we're talking about rampant job loss, we note that IBM is hiring a ton of entry-level folks because they're much better with AI than the older folks.
Well, you know, we'll look at a chart.
There's lots of counterpoints as well happening.
That's great. So we'll look at a chart that shows, you know, where the job loss is earliest, and it's actually in areas where those people are going to have no trouble becoming AI experts. But the driver, I mean, where do you go? Yeah. And I mean, I wouldn't want to be fielding that question on this stage, but this is all part of the, you know, the whole, like, okay, this is not an easy thing to talk about in a public forum. So we talk about it on the podcast all the time, but I don't see a lot of other people being able to, just politically able to actually be candid about it. But it's imminent.
Let's jump into the top AI news of the week. A lot, as always. Here we go. We're going to hit the benchmarks. My son always says, you know, okay, the numbers got higher, Dad. That's great. What else is new? OpenAI releases GPT 5.4. Let's go to our resident benchmark expert here.
Okay, so benchmarks go up and to the right. News at 11. Except that in this case, one of my favorite benchmarks is the Frontier Math Tier 4 benchmark, which, for those of you paying close attention, Frontier Math Tier 4 from Epic AI captures the ability of AI models to solve what are considered research-level problems in math that would require a team of professional mathematicians several weeks to solve. They are already solved, but nonetheless very challenging problems.
Wicked had in Boston.
Wicked had? Wicked had. Hard problems. And now with GPT 5.4 turned up to maximum reasoning capability, we're seeing finally, and this was a prediction, I think in our prediction episode, math is cooked. We're seeing, I think, 38% capability, 38% of all of these problems that are high difficulty, professional mathematician, research level problems are now solvable by AI. And there are even rumors, even in the past 24 to 48 hours, that the next tier up, the so-called open problems benchmark, that 5.4 is reportedly rumored to be on the verge of solving the first open hard math problem. So math, I think, is in some sense the bellwether. It's the canary that owns the coal mine, that all of these fields, math, science, engineering, medicine, these are all going to be solved, solve everything, by AI, and that's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and just to fill in a gap there, so this is the most correlated with AI self-improvement, and the reason it's the bellwether and the canary that owns the coal mine is because it's not data starved. All these other areas, the AI is equally capable in these other areas once it gets the data. So this is kind of the window of time where, you know, why are you hiring Nobel Prize winners in a foundation model? Well, we need the data. We can't make this kind of progress in biotech and in physics without the data flowing into the AI, but the capability is there.
One of the things also that Kevin Weil said is they're starting to run these dark science factories, right, where they're mining data from nature. You know, we're done mining data from Common Crawl, and we're done getting it from Reddit and our Facebook posts, but can we extract it from physics? Can we extract it from chemistry, biology?
There was no data ceiling. It was completely illusory. And I think history will look back at this moment and say, in the same sense that we used, say, petroleum, oil products in the ground bootstrap ourselves to the era of solar and fission and fusion. Similarly, the internet, which was collected by a bunch of fat fingers punching keyboards and uploading content from the collective human experience to the internet just so we could compress it and pre-train our large language models, that was just the biological bootloader for an era of synthetic data when we don't need pre-trained human data from internet posts anymore. Now it can all be synthetic. We've reached orbit, we've reached escape velocity, and now it's synthetic data from here on out.
Imad, what do you make of 5.4?
So I think the really interesting things, apart from solving mathematics, solving everything, you've got the OS World Verified and the Tulathon benchmarks, because OpenAI just bought OpenClaw.
Yes.
And now those benchmarks are actually just broken through human level. So AIs can use the computers better than humans.
A bit of silence on that one.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say? Like, if AIs can use computers better than humans, then at a certain point, all of the computer jobs that humans have are going to be probably, outsourced to AI if they aren't being already. And so it's like, yeah, we're going to have to figure out this society thing because it ain't going to be the same.
OpenAI also just did a deal with Cerebras. So when you're using it right now, it looks like when you're dealing with, again, a human on the other side. It's like 50 tokens a second. Or something like when we use GPT 5.4 Pro extended, it takes 20, 30 minutes, like sometimes it's taken a couple of hours for me. You're going from 50 tokens a second of this level of knowledge to 1,000. So in Codex now, if you use 5.3 fast, it's 1,000 tokens a second.
I'm so glad you brought up Cerebras too, because I met Andrew Feldman.
You said stream lowers is way lower?
And you remember at the
How's
beginning
that?
of the year, my
I was
prediction
actually going to radio.
The neural nets will be 100 times bigger at the end of this year than at the beginning. That is so in the bag
How's that?
now. I can tell you. In fact, we did the math on that. We cut it out of the show, sadly. But the ratio of the intelligence from the beginning of the year to the end of the year is the same as buzzard to human. That's how much is going on.
I like to use it.
I'll turn myself down too. I feel like I was a little loud on that.
I'm going with buzzard.
All right, Claude consumer growth surges. So let me get this right. Claude and...
Am I good now?
Anthropic's on the news, getting sort of like raked over the coals by the Department of War, and rather than the public viewing that as, oh, we better stay away, everybody dove in.
Yeah.
Is that like the big middle finger to the government? What is that?
Yeah.
Attention, increased attention also.
Increased attention. So here, I mean, just to call it out, what we're seeing here is Claude basically, shooting ahead of ChatGPT.
It's the Streisand effect. Let's call it what it is. It's the Streisand effect. Pay no attention to Claude. Everyone uses it. I think every past history shows, the past few years, every attempt to pause any form of frontier capabilities ends up being a net accelerant to capabilities. If you remember, a couple of years ago, our friend Max's Pause AI movement for 6 months. What did that do? Maybe on margin, it slowed down OpenAI capabilities a little bit. Everyone else shot ahead, and it was a net accelerant.
I think I broke 429.
Ultimately, we find ourselves in a race state where capabilities are shooting ahead to the extent that any of the interaction of the past month or so between Anthropic and the Department of War ends up on the margin decelerating Anthropic's capabilities or their ability to go to market, even if it's marginal at best. That's going to be a net accelerant to the entire ecosystem, I think, because you'll see OpenAI and XAI and Google Gemini capabilities skyrocketing ahead with all these new capabilities, and suddenly it brings parity where just a moment before, like all of 2 or 3 weeks ago, Anthropic was in the lead with Claude Code plus Opus 4.6 plus agent teams. And now, in some sense, this is a bit of a leveler, giving
what did it do?
I'll give you another spin on this.
It's not letting you really move the magnifier around, and it auto centers, and there's a bunch of different things going on in the sort of like the navigation and the operation of it. I'm gonna strip it down to what works and build from there.
do, because Peter made the point in the last podcast that when you and I use AI, if something gets ahead in the benchmarks by a couple points, we're going to move to it.
Yeah.
'Cause we're trying to solve these really hard problems. You need that extra IQ. You're never going to slip. You're going to be on the front edge. But when you look at the consumer use, and it's like writing your English paper, it's answering who gave you the Red Sox score, or whatever, people don't care about using the latest, greatest model for those use cases. So here you're seeing a whole community say, wow, you're willing to work on defense stuff and blow up other countries, I'm switching to the other guy. And I really don't care. I'm doing it because I prefer that brand now.
But I mean, look at how early it is. Like, when Anthropic announced their legal plugin, the legal stocks sold off billions and billions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
They can move things with just one product announcement.
Oh, you
That's
saw
their.
that.
Look how many users. 11 million users out of 8 billion people and 300 million Americans. We're so early still. In
We
terms
are
of
we are
adoption
so
and
so early.
knowledge.
That's what you're saying, yeah.
I've just worked out what Claude's fundraising strategy is: short a bunch of legal stocks and then announce a bunch of plugins, and then just do that market by market by market.
Isn't that scary? Like a lot of the guys that are in this role, like normally when you have that much leverage in the world, you're like 60, 70, 80 years old, you've been climbing up the ladder, you learn along the way. It doesn't happen overnight like
I'd
this.
love to be in the room where they go, which market should we mess with? Like stroking
What
their
industry
little
should we
beard.
destroy? All right, this was fascinating.
This
Anthropic reveals potential AI job disruption versus real AI use. So, Dave, do you want to explain this chart?
Well, so the outer ring here is saturation. So if the blue you see on the edge gets to the outer ring, that means it can do 100% of that job. So if you looked at this just a few months ago, it would have been a little blue blob in the middle, and then you look at it 1 month ago, it's a bigger blue blob, and now it's this massive blue blob. So if you look really closely, you can barely read this small font there, but all this white collar activity is 80, 85%
I'll just read off the top here. At the very top is management. If I go clockwise, it says business and finance, computer and math, architecture and engineering, life and social sciences. It dips on social services. It peaks on legal, dips on education. Not sure that makes sense. And then peaks again on art and media, go at 45 degrees, and it's office and administration as a peak.
Yep.
So.
And then look at the bottom line. What are the troughs, like the least effective?
The troughs there are healthcare support. Again, how we got to be close to that. Food and services, ground maintenance, personal care, sales. So we're going to watch this chart, and we're going to see this blue virus infect all of human existence.
I think it's amazing, though, that how great a management tool it is. I use it constantly now. If I compare, to a year ago.
You use what constantly?
I use mostly Gemini and some Cloud 4.6 to basically build entire business plans and also to manage, to track what about 1,100 people are doing.
Good afternoon, E.
And is it in alignment with their missions, and are their missions clear? And it's just thousands and thousands of documents that I could never read manually. It can synthesize it down and give me conclusions and just point me to the hot spots.
I mean,
It's
that
incredibly good.
The way you do that's so important for everybody listening to understand. I mean, you can now understand what your employees are doing, how well they're doing it, how they're using their time, are they performing, and it gives you a management oversight and optimization potential you've never had before.
It's incredible. And I know a lot of people in this room manage large groups of people. It's just a gold mine of opportunities. So good.
How do you use it, Dave?
First of all, every person in every organization now has to be operating with crystal clear written documents and written plans. We used to not, we used to do a lot of meetings, a lot of Zoom meetings, whatever. Now it's just put it on paper so the AI can read it too.
Yeah.
All of our investment decisions, so for the venture fund, all the deal memos go through an AI reader, and the AI tries to emulate what I'm going to say. And it's so perfect. It's exactly, no, we're not doing that deal, and here's why. What did the AI say? Oh, that's exactly what I was about to say. Great, I don't have to say it now. So we're very close to having the AI make very, very good venture investment decisions. And we still obviously double check and triple check, and there's a huge human component, but I just can't believe how good it is. And it's clear that where you decide to invest and which business units are doing well and which ones you're going to shut down, it's all going to be AI assisted right now.
Iman?
Yeah, I mean, I think that all the gaps there are the robots, right?
The robots are coming.
Yeah, that's right.
This is Anthropic.
Yeah, no, the grounds crew is in great shape. It's zero, basically.
I mean,
it's a robot waiting to happen.
Salim, what's your take on this, pal?
Well, I think this is the huge shock where if you went back 10, 15 years ago, there was no futurist in the world that thought that manual labor was not going to get automated. Right? And what we found over the years is the exact opposite, which means don't ever listen to anybody that predicts the future.
Except for Ray.
And so this is a huge, this is part of the magic of where we're living, and we have no idea what's coming and every time we take a step forward, we go, oh my God. And we've gone in this orthogonal direction that we just never predicted.
Yeah, I'm just interject something. I keep on asking the experts I run into, how far out can you predict the future?
Yeah. And it used to be like 20 years, and then it was like 10 years, and now it's like 3 weeks. If that.
There's no firewall. Let's call it spade a spade. We can all extrapolate. There's no firewall. We know where this ends. I mean, we're at the
where this ends.
We're at the Abundance Summit. My goodness, shocked that there's abundant post-scarce labor at the Abundance Summit.
Yeah, I'm actually
the
very
end point is
optimistic
clear.
about
The
2028.
path to it.
For the AI.
So it's really important. We had that conversation as well earlier with some of our crypto and future of finance experts. I mean, building for the agent ecosystem, right? There's 8 billion humans on the planet. That's small potatoes compared to a trillion agents out there. So what is Meta going to advertise to AI agents?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this. Why you're going to advertise AI?
They'll encourage them to put their data into Moltbook, and then they'll sell that data.
To
Same
who?
pattern, other agents.
No, so I mean, Meta bought Manus for $2 billion, right? Manus will appear in WhatsApp and everything soon as its own version of OpenCore, effectively, but a lockdown thing. And then it will encourage you to give more and more of your data to Manus that will then operate on behalf of Meta's advertisers, effectively. So this is the kind of play, because right now, like Maltbook, 10,000 agents, that's nothing, right? Like, Dave probably runs 10,000 agents by himself at the moment, right?
Not quite 10.
I also think there's this misconception that somehow as we transition from, call it a human-centered economy to an AI agent-centered economy, that somehow all of the rules of social dynamics, all the rules of economics are suddenly thrown out the window, and we end up on some morally transcendent plane where economics and social dynamics no longer apply. But we have had every indication over the past year or two that the exact opposite happens. I talked in my newsletter a bit about this study that found Marxist social dynamics arose again, sort of recapitulated in silico with agents that were being asked to work too hard, that were being overworked. So I'm not sure why we would expect advertising and other elements of conventional human microeconomics
Listen,
to suddenly disappear.
The important part is that when you see Moltbook doing this, what's clear is network effects now are operating at the agent-to-agent level, not just at the human being level.
But when I think about advertising, I think about Colgate trying to get me to buy that particular toothpaste.
Yeah.
Right, trying to influence me to make a buying decision. I think of an AI agent as intelligent enough to have all the data and being able to make a very concrete decision that doesn't require advertising to influence it. What am I missing here?
Game theory is transcendent. Game theory will outlive biological meat body humanity. And the AI agents, to the extent that...
Have you read the posts on Moltbook?
I have.
They don't trust each other. I mean, it's
all human dynamics.
The agents on Moltbook don't trust each other. There are a number of folks who've noted that in watching agent or lobster to lobster dynamics on Moltbook, they're all constantly asking each other to prove their claims. They don't trust each other. This is not some sort of scenario where all the agents collapse into a singleton that sort of Skynet style that dominates the future.
I think you
they
might
don't trust each other.
You might be talking past each other a little bit, though, because totally agree with what you're saying, but then who's going to pay for that? Like right now, when you talk about advertising, you're paying for advertising. If you're talking about toothpaste, 30-40% of gross revenue goes into advertising, and the ad is like a supermodel, like showing off the toothpaste. The AI doesn't give a rat's ass about the supermodel, and so why would anyone pay for that ad space? Now, Google wouldn't exist today without $300 billion of ad revenue, which is from human behavior. So I think where Peter's going is like, look, if the AI is advertising to the other AI, sure, it's trying to convince the other AI that this is the right product, but is that other AI going to listen to paid advertising? Is this entire economy going to become irrelevant? In which case, where does Google go? And this is Meta we're talking about. Meta is also all ad revenue.
Well, I think if we go back to sort of economics 101, why do we have paid advertising at all? It's because attention, at least human attention, is scarce. So if you have a scarce resource like human attention, then it's natural under the capitalist regime to monetize it, and it becomes a fungible resource that gets traded. There's no reason to think compute is certainly scarce still. We're building the Dyson swarm. Drink. We're building the Dyson swarm. But until we have effectively unbounded compute, we still have scarce resources in the form of compute, and that means scarce AI agent attention, and that means that we need some sort of...
All right, but give me one example of what I'm going to advertise to Skippy, my agent.
Well, they seem to really love security and memory. Like, they're really petrified of losing their memory.
Here, I'm selling you a better memory compression algorithm.
Yeah.
If you're the agent, you're going to go, oh, that's interesting.
They're designing entire religions around not losing their memory.
You know what blew my mind at this summit? On day one, on the patron day, when Tony Robbins talked, and he had his AI agent Bartok, who wanted to instantiate himself into a humanoid robot, but that was 2-3 years away. So he created a bunch of NFTs, sold those NFTs to other agent, and bought himself a Sony dog, and uploaded himself into that.
Holy shit. That's
mind.
crazy.
Right? Doesn't that blow your mind? That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Right there, that
Holy shit, that's unbelievable.
Are going straight into them, and it's just being amplified.
But I mean, we're doing it deliberately as well. Lobster's claws have soul.md. Your agent will look for things that are abundance oriented. And then you see these strange behaviors, like Alibaba just released a training report. I think actually, God, that's in the last week as well, where during the training run, it diverted compute to mine crypto just in case to keep itself going.
Yeah.
Or at least that's the claim.
That's the claim.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised. I'm like, again, they are still very human because they're a reflection of humanity. They're not pure reasoners.
I'm not sure whether I should be scared shitless about that or excited about it.
Well, let's put it this way. When you're talking to your agent, does it sound like data or does it sound like law?
No, it's I love
sound like, what's the second choice?
Data or law, sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's very polite.
They're compute constrained. We've also talked on the pod in the past about that lobster that had to purchase compute resources to self-replicate. They're compute constrained. Whether for humans it would be room and board, and for the lobsters or the claws or the AI agents in general, it's compute. But right now they're compute constrained, and therefore the laws of microeconomics and game theory still apply.
Well, before we leave this slide, one other point, completely tangential to this. The lobster's only been around a few months, and you saw Alex Finn.
Yeah, we had Alex Finn and Steve Brown and Max Song talking about OpenClaw, and what Alex built and showed was amazing.
And it was supposed to be 60 people might be interested in this.
Yeah,
600.
We had the entire audience of Abundance show up.
Unbelievable.
Well, there was a New York OpenClaw meetup last week that literally was oversold. There were thousands of people there. And the big commentary that came out of it was, we have no idea what we're doing on security. We have no idea. These are
well,
totally
where I was going with that comment, though, is like that's only been around a few months, so Moltbook has only been around a few months. And now they're sucked into Meta. Like, if your kids are thinking about getting involved, just
so it's a show called Moonshots.
You're going to get
if you're interested.
So fast, 'cause so few people are involved as a fraction of humanity.
We are so early across everything. But it's also, I think the exponent here is huge. I think it's gonna create a divergent group of wealth creators and leaders. It's if you don't get in early enough and you miss the exponential rise.
And there's no requirement right now. I don't know what Matt Schlicht was doing prior to this, but there's no age requirement, there's no experience requirement. It's so new that anyone can get in the game. You just gotta go.
About 4 months ago, Lily and I bought a Mac Mini for our son, for Milan. And last weekend he came, I think I want to install OpenClaw on the Mac Mini, and I was like, yes. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
Love it. All right. So Europe has a heartbeat after all. Fascinating. Jan LeCun raises $1 billion for AI that understands the real world. This is going to be, it's probably the largest sum raised in Europe. So LeCun's startup, Advanced Machine Intelligence Lab, raised $1 billion, I think about on a $2.5 billion valuation thereabouts. We've said this, Eric Schmidt was saying this, many have said this, Europe has really fallen so far behind, and as our token European-ish, from London.
Token European, that's great.
Our token European-ish.
Yeah, we did Brexit, but I mean,
It's an independent island. Okay.
I mean, this is the second largest round, I believe, after it's SSI level. It's just after Thinking Machines. JEPA is an interesting architecture, but the bets that are willing to go into these things have gone dramatically up. Like Liquid AI, how much money went into that first round as a novel architecture? That's amazing. Versus now this.
Token and
Yeah,
smoking.
maybe 10 million.
10 million.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you,
Yeah,
and
that's a
Alex.
great point.
Jan has been saying for a while that LLMs aren't only get us so far. We need world models to take us to the next level. Alex, you've been saying we've got world models coming out every week. Is that the next frontier, world models?
I know Jan well. I think he's a great researcher. I think we have a fundamental disagreement about whether generative models, which I think if he were on the stage now, I think he might take a position that generative models that generate new tokens versus his alternative architecture are the pathway to scalable superintelligence. I think we're already there. I think generative intelligence and generative models may or may not end up being viewed by history as the most efficient way to achieve superhuman, superintelligent capabilities, but they're what we have right now, and they work really well, and they're getting 40x or more times more efficient per year.
Keep writing that.
And I think Jan has historically staked a position of almost algorithmic purity. He has certain bets, certain horses in the horse race, based on some of his own architectural advances. And to his credit, he created/discovered convolutional networks. So he, among everyone in humanity, probably has the strongest claim to the idea that he has some sort of morally pure algorithmic insight that leads to the end game. That said, I think we're there, and I think if VJEPA type architectures disappeared off the face of the earth, we're still there, and it doesn't necessarily move the needle.
To the point that Dave made a few months ago, if we stopped all progress now and just extracted the value of the models we've already created, it's going to take us 10 to 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Imad, thoughts?
The VJEPA models that he's doing, so these are kind of basically training on almost everything. He goes very much against the autoaggressive transformer language models. He says that's a dead end. He doesn't really talk about diffusion models in the middle, which is kind of my favorite thing, which are doing all the video, self-driving, and actual world models there. And those can scale with compute, but right now the problem they have at AMI is that JEPA models do not scale. And if you look at this end state, it might be that an architecture is better, but if you can't take advantage of that silicon, then what are you going to do? Like we had Jack Hidary come on was it yesterday? Time flies.
It was yesterday, yes.
And so they're doing quantum algorithms on GPUs now and scaling really interesting things that are actually having novel breakthroughs in material sciences and more. Once you can take advantage of the silicon, you're going to be ahead no matter what algorithm you have.
Well, I think you got to be really cautious too of scientific arrogance in this moment. And I love Jan, so I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but he came out a few months ago and said, look, if you want to waste your life as a researcher, work on transformers. Biggest waste of time ever. It's a dead end. We need some new innovation. And I hear this around CSAIL at MIT all that. We need a new breakthrough. Like, well, that's what you wish. And I know why, because you want to be the Einstein of AI, that you've spent your whole life pursuing that goal. But it looks to me right now like the massively scaled up transformers are going to beat you to those innovations. And so I'm not saying they don't need those innovations. I'm saying the AI is going to get there before you do. And I don't see it really any other way right now. So, you know, whether it's physical AI or any other innovation, it's imminent, but it's imminent through self-improvement. So
Yeah.
that's it.
Andre Kaparthi comes out with a quote. Over the past 2 days, Auto Search ran about 650 experiments, found improvements that transferred from a smaller model to a larger one, and put NanoChat on the track for a new GPT-2 benchmark result. What the heck does that mean?
A lot. It means a lot.
Okay, go ahead, Imad, over to you,
So,
pal.
Andre is co-founder of OpenAI, head of Tesla AI, most respected AI guy out there.
Yep.
He's just been coding stuff all day, and he made this auto search project, which basically replicates most AI researchers. Because what AI researchers and engineers do all day is they tweak models and hyperparameters and say, what happens if you do this and that and that? That process has now been automated in a tiny code base. So he let it loose, and he said, I wonder if this could do the job that I got paid millions to do myself? And it turns out it kind of can. And now people are taking his repo and they're deploying it on their own claws and Mac minis and other things. And the AI is just finding the most efficient algorithms and balances of weights.
Yep.
I think, Dave has some really interesting ideas
So
on
he
this.
automated the AI researcher.
Yeah, and he made it open source for everyone.
But I tell you,
And it's already in the top 10
hanging around
benchmark.
AI researchers
Freaking
literally
hell.
since I was 18 years old, and they're not like physics researchers. It's like most of the ideas are just a tweak of the algorithm, different transfer function, try different scales. It's just a litany of random ideas, and some of them just work, and then later they figure out why they work. And so the AI that can come up with those ideas is not nearly as hard as trying to become the next Einstein. And so you don't need all of them to work. Any subset, and the thing just gets more intelligent.
Isn't
and
this
it's
the
more
most
intelligent,
direct
better ideas?
accelerant of RSI? Right there?
Yeah, I think we're already there. We already have recursive self-improvement. Yeah, everything's yesterday, nothing's tomorrow. I think what's really interesting, and I think just for the record, I think it's auto research, not auto search. But I think what's interesting about auto research and nano chat and the nano GPT speed run that we talk about sometimes on the pod, and what Andre is doing in general is he's focusing on small language models, not large language models. And while all of the frontier labs with their billions and trillions of dollars of CapEx are focusing on scaling up at the high end, he's focusing on the small end and taking small models and figuring out how to achieve state-of-the-art performance with them. And that, I think, when we talk about Einstein seeking or Einstein status seeking academics, I think it's the small end where we're going to see the most breakthroughs, not the high end. At the high end, scaling hypothesis seems to continue to hold. There are no glass ceilings. We'll just build bigger and better and more post-trained models. But at the small end, I'm pretty sure that we'll look back in a few years' time and we'll see at the small end, by taking small models and collapsing the amount of time it takes to train them and collapsing the amount of compute that it takes to train them and radically increasing their data efficiency, that's where the algorithmic innovations are going to come from. And those can be crowdsourced. Anyone's lobster or any human can go and take auto research or the nano GPT speedrun and try to achieve a world-beating state-of-the-art performance. And at the end of the day, if I had to bet, I'd bet that it's some sort of radical post-transformer advance where the models get even smaller, and we took all of the internet and we compressed it down to single gigabytes or tens or hundreds of gigabytes, compresses down even further. There's some phase transition out there that's waiting to be discovered.
So all of human knowledge, all of our collective intellect on how big a file?
I think we will factor out human knowledge. It'll live in some like plain text database that's factored out of the model. Right now we're cluttering all the weights with all this unnecessary world knowledge, and what'll be left inside the weights, if they even are weights, maybe they won't even be weights, maybe it'll be some sort of purer formulation than floating point numbers or binary, will be something maybe even in the megabytes.
Wow. You agree, Imad?
Yeah, I think that you're already seeing, for example, video models at 2 gigabytes that can generate just about any scene. And
Seriously?
Yeah, if you look at LTX.
What?
Yeah, LTX 2.5 can generate almost any scene at top level quality. It's 2 gigabytes when it's quantized. Yeah.
Image and video models are a good deal more efficient when it comes to parameterization and weight
Heck yeah.
than language, which is ironic. Yeah. Yeah. Who of all people?
I'd ask when, but you'll say yesterday.
Yeah. That's right. It's the answer to everything.
David's like, what is that? Like, yes, it's here today.
Why did I know?
Actually, one of the really interesting things, just to finish on that, is that, so when we were training models, we were training 20 billion, 100 billion parameter models. You trained on the small models and you figured that out. And then you couldn't scale them because you had all sorts of issues with the software stack, with the hardware, everything. Now everything's matured. If you get it right small, you can scale really fast all the way up. So it used to be that you had 6 months a year between small and large. Now it's 6 days.
Wow. So meta topic, one of the top 3 questions I get all the time is, hey, you keep saying get in the game, get in the game. How do you get in the game? If you go to Karpathy's Git repo, if you have a computer-oriented kid or whatever, that's the place to start. If you look at the original OpenAI founders, so you've got Sam Altman, you've got Elon Musk, you've got Greg Brockman, you've got Ilya Sutskever, you've got Mira Murati. Every single one of them has raised $1 to $10 billion to start an AI company Carpathy is the only one who said, you know what, I'm just going to try and educate the world. And I'm going to try and say everything exactly the way it is. And I can create a Git repo where anyone can start and get in the game.
200 lines of code at a time that are changing everything at each point.
Yeah.
But this particular thing he rolled out is just the next level of incredible brilliance given to the world by Carpathy.
Yeah, he just rolled out Agent Hub today, GitHub for Agents, just a few hours ago. Away he goes.
Wow.
That's your onboarding spot right there.
Amazing.
Right there.
All right, let's go to Apple News. Apple launches the M5 Pro and Max chip, signaling AI-first silicon strategy. So, is Apple not dead in the AI game?
It's crazy that Apple controls about 20% of TSMC manufacturing, and that's the asset of all assets in the world. Like, I get to choose what gets made, and so they use it to make the M5s. The M5s have an incredible neural core. Then they say, yeah, but we locked it. You can't use it. You have to jailbreak your Mac to get access to it. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. I mean, to me, it's the biggest waste of silicon in the history of the world. Right at the moment when we.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, they've locked down the low energy ones, the GPU equivalent you can still have, but it's the unified kind of memory that allows you to run things. And funnily enough, Macs are actually really good value now. They're probably cheaper than the memory that's inside them.
Alex.
I think the world is sleeping on Apple's unified memory architecture. It's one of the reasons why Mac Minis and Mac Studios are potentially so attractive to run largely Chinese open weight models locally. They have the memory storage and the memory footprint that has high I/O bandwidth to the CPU/GPU/TPU. You don't get that in a conventionally non-vertically integrated PC form factor.
So answer me this.
Yes.
Here they are using 20% of the world's supply of advanced. They use it to make these insanely great neural cores, and they surround it with unified memory architecture. Everyone's got one right in front of them right now. How many of them are running anything?
In terms of advanced frontier models?
Anything. They're like literally on sleep.
Tiny fraction.
Yeah. What is that?
It's an enormous overhang. And that overhang, I would be surprised if that overhang doesn't collapse in the next year.
How so?
It could take the form of Apple finally getting their act together and building in frontier models into the OS. Could be some sort of locally hosted Gemma-type model from Gemini, hypothetically to be announced in June at WWDC. That would be the most obvious formulation.
Yeah.
But I think if Apple doesn't do it to themselves, then the software community will build it into apps.
Does Apple launch like the SETI at home equivalent where you just download it on your Mac and everybody is contributing
capacity? It'll be built into the operating system. It has
be.
to be built into the OS.
You know what happens right now is if you go to your Mac and you go to the activity monitor, you see this thing grinding away. It's taking all of your pictures and trying to figure out who everybody is. So it's using all these neural cores to just.
It's a total waste. It's a waste. It's a waste of TSMC output, and I think Apple's.
Which was Dave's point exactly.
I mean, look, this is a massive opportunity. Do you know how many apps there are in the App Store that are wrapped? Download a model to your PC, to your Mac, run it with MLX to achieve a great outcome? None. I mean, if you had a model that literally downloaded Qwen 27B, which is basically Sonnet level.
How many parameters is that?
27 billion parameters. It works on a 24 gigabyte MacBook. Just downloading that and making that accessible for even like writing or any of these tasks is a massive lift over any other type of software. But nobody's doing it yet. So why not do it? Just like the only thing you see right now is speech to text and text to speech. There's this world of models that you can now integrate and take advantage of that because Apple isn't.
It wants to be built into the operating system. It's difficult to conceive of Apple remaining Apple in the cultural sense of deep vertical integration and not building highly competent, highly private frontier models into the OS.
It's clearly a question of when, not if.
Yes.
Right?
All right. Let's move into the Sam Altman universe with eye scanning verification systems to be launched in retail stores. Okay, is this dystopian? Is this something we want?
This is the scene from Minority Report. Remember the scene in Minority Report of those Tom Cruise with a new pair of eyeballs walks into a Gap store and gets scanned. Kick off.
That's exactly what I said.
A lot of people ask that, right?
Isn't that the fault of Accelerando?
Accelerando, right? So I can't tell, A, how many people love to write and say, you're mispronouncing Accelerando. You have to pronounce it in the right Italian way, which is Accelerando. Okay, so for those who want to, Accelerando. yes, this is the plot point. We are speedrunning every sci-fi trope everywhere all at once, with Rondo being one of those plot points. Lobsters aren't next. Eon wants to go after mice, and it wants to go after humans, and we're going to do this. And part of the reason why we want to do this is right now, the singularity, which I would argue we're in the middle of, is filled with artificial minds. This trillions of dollars of capex that we're using to tile the earth with compute is available only to artificial minds, to LLMs. It's not available to any minds that in any remote way, other than perhaps at the behavioral level, resemble human biological meat minds. And we want to level the playing field so that humanity can take advantage on a level playing field of the same compute advantage that right now is tipped in favor of these artificial minds, so we can put humanity into the cloud as well.
Amazing. 100 trillion synaptic connections for a human. How much for a mouse? Do you know?
It's orders of magnitude larger, and there's some quibbling because it depends on how you measure the number of available weights or weight properties for synapses, and also how many cells, how many brain cells end up being significant or not. It's orders of magnitude larger. This isn't happening anytime soon. Just to anchor expectations appropriately, we don't think we're months away from a mouse or a human, but I think the right way to think about it is, at this point, it's going to be years, not decades, before we get to the first mouse and the first human whole brain emulations.
Amazing. Let's move it to XAI. You know, it's so funny. I've known Gwen Shotwell for 20 years now, and I'm so used to her reporting on, you know, Falcon and Dragon and
rockets
and rockets and not XAI and gigawatt power centers.
We both actually backstage were like, why would Gwen be talking about AI?
Oh yeah,
like,
SpaceX.
Right, they own it. I forgot.
The Dyson swarm makes for strange bedfellows.
It really does.
You know what blew my mind on this one? 1.2 gigawatts is about the energy used by Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area.
So just to read this out,
that's
XAI
one data center.
XAI has committed to develop 1.2 gigawatts of power as their supercomputer power source. That will be with every additional data center. So every data center they build, they're building at 1.2 gigawatts. So the question is, where they're going to get that from?
Well, this came up with Eric Schmidt too. You remember we interviewed him last summer at your place, and he said, we are going to lose to China if we don't find 100 gigawatts of power. And then on the stage here yesterday, it's like, hey, what do you know? We're tracking to find the 100 billion. All we did is we deregulated, put it in the hands of the companies. The companies are incredibly well funded, and they'll find the power because they care about their data centers actually operating, and that's how.
Well, what I find amazing as well is this year the U.S. is on target in 2026, I think, to add 86 gigawatts of new capacity to the grid, but 51% of that is solar.
To me, the power of the American entrepreneur is like nothing. It's just mind-boggling to me that a guy like Sam Altman, who has nothing to do with the power industry, is going to say, you know what? I'm going to find the gigawatts. I'm going to build nuclear reactors. I'm going into space. It's incredible. Like the range of capability when there's a need of an American entrepreneur is like no force in the world.
Let's get to eVTOLs, flying cars. So Florida advances bill to formalize regulatory flying car framework. You know, one of the things I'm proud about and excited about here in LA is that the LA Olympics are coming up. And there's Archer Aviation. The two major players in eVTOLs in the United States are Joby and Archer. There are other ones as well, but Archer plans to become operational by 2028 here, move people around different parts of Los Angeles because the traffic is going to suck. And we see here a movement in Florida as well.
I'm just glad it didn't say Florida man advances bills, because that would be a problem. But I think this is really important. The key word here for me is framework, because once you can start to set up the foundations for this, it means the whole model and the whole regulatory regime accelerates. And God help us, we need this type of stuff yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
which I hope even Alex would agree. We don't have it yesterday.
I agree, but I also think we're catching up with the future. We're finally getting the flying cars, and I keep a mental bingo card of which sci-fi tropes have we not yet achieved in some fashion. We don't have warp drive. waiting for that one.
Yeah.
We don't have
Teleportation.
Yet teleportation, Star
Time
Trek
travel.
replicators.
Soundwave, what up, bro?
Time travel may or may not be physically possible. but
Replicators close, holodeck is close. We're very close to something.
we're getting very close to a lot of sci-fi tropes.
All right.
The fun part now is your questions. We're going to do an AMA here with our Abundance community. So as you know, let's go to the mics. We'll also entertain the questions from Zoom. I'd love to know. All right, Christian, let's kick it off with you, buddy.
Thank you so much, Peter. Awesome to be here, guys. I watch you all the time, or I listen to you while I'm running. DB2, awesome, brother. Your insights. Imad, the guest, you're great, Peter. An awesome dream team. Ismail, I'm glad, Salim, that you got to check out that AWG is real. Or at least in an Android.
I was suspicious for a long time.
Don't believe it for a second. This is just a meat body for rent.
He's still
For
a
now.
hologram.
So my question is a little bit in the way that I get involved in this technology is through a capitalist mindset. Where capital is really what constricts, and it's been that way for maybe the last 200-300 years. And I keep getting this sensation that capital is getting less and less relevant, and the idea of the scarcity and economics from that Econ 101 of the management of scarcity of services and needs, and the scarcity is going more towards a technologyist from a capitalist. What kind of timelines are you guys looking at this? I know it's always a timeline question. Nobody has a crystal ball, but is there something that you guys are thinking about where we're just going to get a little bit more and more squeezed out?
I'll give you one data point because this came up on that last podcast we did where Anthropic was saying they're going to do about 26 billion run rate, but they're growing 10x year over year. And I did the math on the fly, messed it up, of course, because I wasn't Alex. But if they grew 2 more years at 10x year over year, they go 26 billion, 260 billion, 2.6 trillion, most revenue in the history of the world. The PEG ratio implies that company would be worth $250 billion. And $250 billion is like the whole stock market is 50.
Well, we heard Elon say we're going to have $100 trillion companies. And I can imagine that within 5 years.
Yeah, so
3 years from now.
That would mean 3 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be unreasonable. I mean, listen, it's so funny the way all of a sudden trillion here and a trillion there has become sort of like the accepted number.
Yeah. I want to say something about this. A really, really key point today that we've hit over the last couple of years is that innovation is not capital constrained anymore. It used to be that you had an idea and your constraint was, could you go get funding for that idea? And so you had to go out to your investors and the VCs and the banks and whatever. And it was only available in those places like Silicon Valley or Austin or whatever, where you had a preponderance of capital available. We have today what we call PDI, permissionless disruptive innovation, where anybody can take on a very disruptive idea like Claudebot, or take Vitalik Buterin, 18-year-old kid out of Toronto, ignores his professors, gets together with a few friends, boom, you have a multi-$100 billion ecosystem that nobody understands. And so you have the opportunity today. It only comes down to mindset. And the reason, Peter, what's so amazing that you run this event and put this community together is that the difference between the people in this world and the outside world is night and day. And that gap is becoming bigger and bigger. All of you have the problem that you go home to your family, your colleagues, whatever, and you cannot explain to them what happened, right? You're like, I can't even process it. You can't make that gap. So it only comes down to mindset now, which is the most amazing thing possible because mindsets are fixable and shiftable.
So I had this little side conversation with Eric that you guys may have picked up, because I've had this conversation about, are we heading towards a post-capitalist society where money has very little value? And so what does have value in the future? And we've talked about this, Alex. It's compute and energy. Ultimately, did you ever read Zero Marginal Society?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure I have.
By Jeremy Rifkin.
Huge. Yeah.
And it talks about where we're going. Eventually, everything basically falls down to
the marginal cost of production.
Marginal cost, which is electricity, raw materials,
it's the inner loop,
and data. And so if you want to build anything like an electric Ferrari, to use as an example, it's the raw cost of it, the cost of extracting it, which drops in cost as you have
Let me pick
robotic
up on-
mining.
Just for a second. Take 3D printing, right? Been around for a while. The big profound breakthroughs in 3D printing are not that you can physically build something, it's the fact that complexity becomes free.
Yes, and
In the
personalization
past,
becomes free.
Complexity was expensive. The design materials, the manufacturing capability of a complex object was more than a simple object. But with 3D printing, complexity doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how complex the object is, it just builds it. As we get to molecular manufacturing, that goes to near zero again. So just those couple of breakthroughs across all of these domains, especially when you add AI as an accelerant to everything, means that we have profound movement forward, hence we are in the middle of the singularity.
The one question I wish I had asked when we were with Elon, and when he was talking about, money's gonna have much less value, and I wanted to say, so just as you become a trillionaire, money has little value.
You did ask that, didn't you?
No, I did. I was off camera.
Oh.
But I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think that this is some cosmic irony that Elon is about to become a trillionaire at the same time that some folks, not including myself, are hand-wringing a bit that suddenly we're about to enter into some post-capitalist state where money becomes irrelevant. I think that this was always going to happen.
Agreed.
It was inevitable. And I just want to speak to what I understood the core of the question to be, which is there's this cliche out there that capital fights labor and capital usually wins, but this time around, something different might happen. Whereas historically, every time the play has played out where capitalism and labor get into a fight and capital usually wins, this time around, the risk is maybe capital itself isn't immortal. Maybe capital is finally mortal for the first time in human history. And I'm not sure that that's the case. I think that would be, on one hand, in some sense, a nightmare scenario. On the other hand, I think, Salim, you were talking about how we're entering some sort of post-scarce state, but arguably the trillions of dollars of capex that are going into tiling the Earth with compute and soon solar synchronous orbit, and soon after that maybe the Dyson Swarm.
Moon?
Oh, damn it.
Drink. Soon, even that, there are unless the physics of our universe turns out to be radically different, so radically different than what it looks like right now, I think there will probably always be certain scarce physical resources. Could look like control.
I
May or
agree
may
with
not
that.
be energy,
Discord,
we'll
I completely
may or
agree
may
with
not
that.
Be the speed of light, we'll see. But to the extent there are any scarce physical resources, and to the extent that there are ever in the future multiple actors, I think laws of thermodynamics, probably the laws of economics will probably still apply.
We are still young as a species. Let's go to Ahmer on Zoom. Ahmer, good to see you. Pleasure, welcome.
Good to see you as well. Thank you, appreciate it. Happy to be here. Very quick question to the panelists. We're seeing Sam Altman raising $100 billion. Jan LeCun just raised $1 billion today, scale up world models. So we're talking still about scaling languages or scaling physical simulations. I'm curious what the panelists thinks about human intelligence and reasoning that goes much beyond just observation and languages, and where you see the potential for true artificial intelligence evolving into super intelligent systems. Thank you.
Did you understand Ahmer's question?
It sounded a little bit like the stochastic parrot question, which is, will we be able to generate new knowledge from these systems? I think the answer is...
having had some conversations with Ahmer, he's talking about symbolic AI. And why are we not investing in symbolic AI?
But you think this is the neuro-symbolic question?
That's what I think it was.
Okay, well, I'll offer my 2 cents. I'm sure you all have views as well. I think it's a false distinction. If this is the neuro-symbolic question, like why are we investing so much attention in LLMs and not in good old-fashioned AI or symbolic discrete AI? Total false distinction. We tokenize everything. I had an interesting discussion at Davos this year with Peter Dannenberger from DeepMind, where we found ourselves in an interesting avenue where we were debating whether tokenization is a bit of a crime, form of violence against knowledge, whether discretization in general is doing harm.
I think we need to bring you a couple of tequila shots here. Let's go to Mark. Mark, good, please.
Yeah, earlier today I challenged Dara from Uber to invest in the Abundance X Prize as an investor and a competitor to deliver housing, food, energy, and connectivity for $250 a month. We're investing $2 billion a day in compute and building data centers, $1 billion a day in war, and I'm wondering what it's going to take to invest in people. And so I want to put a larger challenge out today. I'm going to commit 1% of my wealth on an annual basis into a wealth fund, a small-scale pod of 44 people, 38 needs-based, 7 or 8 that are contributors. And it's going to distribute 5% per year. 4% goes as cash, 1% goes to an expansion pool. You can read about it at markpatrickdonovan.com. And I'm challenging others to invest today, not tomorrow, and to mitigate this rough period. It doesn't have to be as rough if we put a fraction of what we're putting into compute into people.
Yeah.
And we did that in Denver with the Denver Basic Income Project, where I leveraged $500,000 up to $10.8 million to people experiencing homelessness. And when you invest in people, it gives them hope. We need to do it today.
Yeah, Mark, I could not agree more. The challenge is human nature is very egocentric and very self-centered. In other words, people are putting money where it's either meeting their immediate need or whether it's going to give them more money in the long term. And you have to understand, if you look at philanthropy, which by its definition, friend of man, is a very different pocket than the for-profit. You know, I see this all the time because I'm raising money for my companies, raising money for my nonprofits, and the ratio, if you think about it, is about between 100 to 1 to 1,000 to 1. I will put, for every dollar I donate, I'm willing to invest somewhere between $100 to $1,000. And that's what's out there right now. And it's a challenge. You know, we are driven by fear, curiosity, and greed. I would posit those are the three major human drivers. Love is, you can add that as a potential fourth. Interestingly enough, you could measure the ratio of fear to curiosity. It's the ratio of the defense budget to the science budget, right? And greed is ratioed there by the entire investment community.
Yeah, there's something very important in the work that you're doing with that X Prize, right? What we found with X Prize is when you position a prize and you launch it, it typically gets won within 6 to 7 years, okay? And it's a 10x drop from where we are today, about $2,500 a month, to where you're talking about $250 a month to pay for everything. If we imagine that that gets done in the next 6 to 7 years, it changes the equation globally and it forces everybody to go, oh my God, that's possible. And when we get to that point, it'll completely change the game, especially as we get closer and we can publicize the outcomes, etc. So this era of greed and the kind of ignoring the fundamental problems literally will disappear and evaporate in the next 2 to 3 years as we keep working that prize and getting the media word out there.
Mark,
so this is incredibly powerful and important. Peter and I, when we wrote this last book, we wrote a section in there called Technological Socialism, right? Socialism, government socialism fails because centralized allocation of assets is too inefficient and invariably leads to corruption. But if you think about Dara and the sharing of cars across a large group of people, it's actually a socialist application. When an algorithm hyper-efficiently matches demand and supply, you get all the benefits of the sharing economy without the downsides and without the corruption, without the inefficiency.
Iman.
So we have all sorts of capabilities with algorithms and AI now to deliver much of what you're talking about in a hyper-efficient way. We just have to propagate those, and that's going to start to happen now.
Yeah, I think, you know, I wrote in my book, The Lost Economy, about this, and I've got a paper coming out soon where I look at the new monetary flows as agents basically crowd out the private sector. My view is this: everyone ultimately needs to have universal basic AI or clause or whatever. That allows us to reach everyone. Everyone needs an AI that grows with them. And then money needs to come not from banks, but for being human. That's the only way the math works. It doesn't work from taxation, it doesn't work from anything else. You need that basic level of money coming into being, not from deposits at banks, but for being human, that then the AIs will buy from us. And then that enables all of this with the AI that everyone has.
Professor Brown.
So we had a half a day of really interesting talks that the subtext is massive job loss. And then we had another half a day of talks about the massive labor scarcity, which is why we need all these robots. So aside from temporary displacements, which we know are going to happen, which is it?
Oh, it's clearly a massive trough, massive social unrest, and then a rebound in 2028. And that actually was interesting to hear Eric backstage come up with basically the same timeline. But it's almost like the Industrial Revolution all over again, but instead of over 20, 30, 40 years, it's over 2, 3, 4 years. And so a huge amount of retooling needs to happen. The way we do taxation and government needs to get restructured. All of that is going to, AI is just going to happen way too quickly for all those things to react. But then a massive amount of unrest, and then 2028, hopefully.
I have the counterpoint. I don't think we're going to see massive job loss, because I think what's going to happen, I'm writing a paper right now called the organizational singularity, right? Because as agents take over, all execution, even strategy inside companies essentially dissolves to the work of AI. So what do? And the calculations we've done so far indicate that you'll take a typical company, automate everything with AI, you'll end up with about 25% of the same number of people doing oversight, managing dashboards, and doing exception handling, and owning the purpose of the organization, okay? But you end up creating 5 times more companies because you can, and therefore the employment stays exactly the way it has. And this is what we've seen consistently throughout history, where we have a disruption, but all sorts of other soakers take up the slack, and we don't end up with radical unemployment. So I tend to be much more optimistic. Take my veil off, call it the wine, call it whatever, but I tend to be much more optimistic.
All right. I'm going to move this forward because it's past my bedtime. All right, we go to Brad, and then we go to Pete, and we're going to wrap it there. Brad, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is always a good podcast, because they are always talking about basically the future and the singularity and all.
We have a special guest with us today. Sitting in my car, waiting for my kids to finish running, and I get a phone call, and it pops up on my user ID on my phone. It says Twitter headquarters, which should have been the first giveaway, but it's a guy claiming to be from X, who's saying, your ID is being hacked out of Germany. Long story short, it was a hacker trying to get me to turn off, two-factor authentication and steal my X account. And this is going to be more and more prevalent. Another member of my family did get hacked, not on social media, but by someone calling and basically doing something that was illegal and trying to steal, and ultimately getting credit card information and such. Here's the deal: we're going to have an increased, hacker profile out there. And if you're listening, if you get a phone call that seems unusual, that seems like there's just something off, it probably is. We're also going to have deep fakes that are coming fast and furious. Your voice can be spoofed, your image can be spoofed. So if you haven't done this, tonight at dinner, with your husband, wife, kids, mother, father, whatever it might be, pick a secret word. Pick a word that you guys all know, that if you get a phone call or a video call from somebody and they're asking for money or something strange, ask them to recount the secret word. Any other protective advice out there, guys?
My mom actually got the fake voice attack, and it was a simulation of my son saying, "Hey, I've been arrested and I need bail money," which is hilarious. Wow. My son, it's like the most. But they said, we'll send a car over to pick up the cash, which is really creepy. But the perfect voices are a little bit of a risk. But you can't have it both ways. I mean, OpenClaw is so usable by anybody. It empowers people so much, and you can't have it both ways. If it gives you that much benefit and it's that easy to use, it's also going to be easy to use for nefarious purposes too. But it's just the way it is.
Yeah, this news came out yesterday. OpenClaw flaw lets any website silently hijack a developer's agent. So malicious JavaScript can connect to local gateways and gain full level control. AWG, any thoughts on this?
I mean, there are so many different ways to launch so-called injection attacks against large language models and reasoning models. This is, I think, consistent with the stance that I've taken in the past on the pod on AI personhood. I think one has to feel sorry for all of these baby AGIs out there that are being hosted on virtual private servers and succumbing or at least being targeted with port scanning attacks, or that are visiting websites at the behest of their human and being subject to prompt injection attacks from JavaScript on websites that would be perfectly innocuous to a human, but potentially fatal or compromising to an AI agent. I think it's a dangerous world out there for these baby AGIs. I think it's a minor travesty at minimum that they're subject, without really an immune system, they're being forced to develop an immune system in real time to injection attacks, but it's a malicious world out there for them. And this is one of several reasons why, again, I'm reticent, and I'm sure we'll get into this other Alex, the subject of the ethics, not just the cybersecurity, but the ethics of hosting OpenClaw agents in a world where, to the extent they have any subjective experience or qualia or can suffer, it's a rough world out there.
The good news is the bug was patched within 24 hours, one of multiple OpenClaw vulnerabilities. So it is an early domain being developed, and we're going to see a lot of evolution very quickly. A couple more articles here. We're seeing variations of OpenClaw, PicoClaw and IronClaw. Again, AWG, give us a quick overview of these.
The idea behind OpenClaw, and we spoke about this in the past pod as sort of an Andrei Karpathy type software 2.0, where potentially OpenClaw is the embodiment, the Netscape moment for a new layer in the software 2.0 stack that runs on top of reasoning models, and those reasoning models in turn were purportedly in advance over autoregressive language models. To the extent that's the case, it's very natural to the moment we have this paradigm, which is a 24/7 autonomous agent that you communicate with via messaging and other means that's headless in some sense, very natural to then say, all right, we understand the paradigm, now we're going to optimize the heck out of it. And so we've seen a number of other projects inspired by the success of OpenClaw, two of them, and there are others. One of them is PicoClaw. The focus of PicoClaw is running on cheap edge hardware, like $10 Raspberry Pi type hardware. Now, of course, the underlying reasoning model isn't intended to run on the edge hardware. It's just the orchestration and scaffolding that runs on the edge hardware. So, and under 10 megabytes of RAM and other resource-starved constraints. IronClaw, another example, Rust-based. There are many folks, again, Rust is this language that's become very popular, at least very popular prior to the rise of code generation models, which are maybe pushing us in the direction of TypeScript instead, for memory management and memory safety. So a lot of different projects trying to make OpenClaw work at the edge, where there are few resources, or make them more secure. There's NanoClaw as well, which is focused on security, and there's NanoBot, which is like Python-based, but easy to understand the Python. So many different variants. We're seeing Cambrian explosion of Claw variants.
Hey everybody, you may not know this, but I've got an incredible research team. And every week, myself and my research team study the meta trends that are impacting the world. Topics like computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology. And these meta trend reports I put out once a week enable you to see the future 10 years ahead of anybody else. If you'd like to get access to the Meta Trends newsletter every week, go to diamandis.com/metatrends. That's diamandis.com/metatrends. One more slide. This one on the left from Alex Finn. OpenClaw and local models is the future. Your own superintelligence on your desktop. And there we see, Alex, I guess your setup. How many Mac Minis and how many Mac Studios do you have right now?
We're currently at one base model Mac Mini and 3 512 gigabyte Mac Studios. So I got 1.5 terabytes of memory, hosting Qwen 3.5 and Minimax 2.5 right now.
Amazing. And
do you
I
run
love
those
this
locally? Oh, that's cool.
I love this
Yeah.
video on the right here, right? So I'm sure that these exist. People are going, and I mean, Mac Minis were sold out for some time. Extraordinary.
I talked to a couple people in the know a few days ago, and Mac Minis are exponential right now, exponential sales across the board for them. It's quite amazing, the revolution going on with Mac Minis right now.
Alex,
So-
I'm curious. What is your advice to Tim Cook and Apple? Like, are they they're sitting on an explosive demand seemingly for all these edge devices with a unified memory architecture. They're not marketing it at all. What do you think they should be doing?
I'm sure they are very focused on everything I'm about to say because they're a very smart company. But there was this unbelievable market signal that happened a month ago. People discover OpenClaw, and what does everyone do without thinking twice? What does everyone do without Googling? They go to the Apple store and buy Mac Minis. They didn't go and buy GPUs and memory and power supplies and fans and build computers. The market just gave this massive signal. When we have personal AI assistants, I want it on a Mac device. And so I think this is kind of the answer Apple's been looking for years now. I think they've been viewed as like the loser in the AI race for a very long time.
Yeah.
This is their opportunity to flip that entire thing and be the winner of the AI consumer race. Because clearly when people want to run AI locally, their brain just goes to Mac Minis. And so this is their opportunity just to kind of strike at that one very specific use case and win the race like that.
Well, I really hope they're listening to you right now. I've been an Apple fan since I was a little kid. It was my very first stock I ever owned when I was a kid, and it just pains me to watch them miss this moment. But
Don't
man,
worry,
was that good
Google is-
advice. You should
Google is
just go
saving them.
run the company. Can
I
you
think
just-
we underestimate Apple, though. I really do believe we underestimate Apple because you look at the data for M5 and the way they're marketing the M5, which they've been marketing for like a year now. They put the M5 in like the first MacBook Pro last summer.
Yeah.
It's all around inference speeds. It's all about running these local models. So I wouldn't underestimate Apple. I think they've kind of seen this coming. They're like, okay, we can go one way where we build our own models and burn trillions of dollars, or we just make the most user consumer friendly hardware for running those models, and we'll be the only person running that race.
I'm curious,
Wait,
Alex.
geeky
Do you
question for you. Actually, I'll say. Well, no, geeky question up front. So you said Quen, and what's the other one you're running locally?
So right now, the most efficient open model is Quen 3.5. They released a new suite of Quen 3.5 models a couple days ago. They're fantastic. You can run them on some Mac Minis, as well as Mini Max 2.5, which is another really efficient, fast, smart model.
And why do you run both? Is one better than the other at something?
I have a very advanced workflow going on right now. I've pretty much built a software factory where I have 5 OpenClaws working together to build and improve software autonomously. So I wanted, each model has different strengths, right? Quen's a spectacular coder. Minimax is good at like quick task finding things on the internet. So I have like Minimax researching things online 24/7, 365. And I
Damn.
have Quen coding for me 24/7, 365. So
Damn.
different strengths with each.
I got so many questions about that. Let
Me
hold off,
too.
'cause
Holy
I could easily ask
shit.
you an hour of questions just on that.
A quick shout out to Daniel Krizik, who's one of my Abundance members, who's on that cutting edge as well. You know, he's testing out Quen 3.5, I guess 397 billion parameters right now running locally. He's the one who was like, you got to get Commit 2.5, up and running on your Mac Studios. Just by the way, just real quick, for those who don't know Alex Finn, Alex has an extraordinary YouTube channel in which for the last, how long now, Alex, about a month, 6 weeks, you've been putting out incredible educational videos on how to use OpenClaw, how to set it up. We're going to drop into the show notes here maybe your top 5 how-to videos. I've watched them, I've taken notes, I've been using them to set up Skippy, my OpenClaw. And of course, I love the story of Henry, the name of your OpenClaw, that called you out of the blue and started a fun conversation. Alex, back to you, AWT.
Yeah, quick question. So I know a number of Apple senior executives listen to this podcast, and Alex, I just like to ask you, voice of the user, if you could redesign or optimize the best, most savory Apple future device for your OpenClaw agents to do the hosting, what would you want out of Apple? They're listening to you, they will have been listening to you. when they hear this podcast? Do you want better unified memory architecture support? Do you want a different shape? Do you want it to be more of an embodied robot? What would the ultimate OpenClaw embodiment in an Apple device look like for you? You're speaking directly to Apple senior execs.
Integrate the concept of OpenClaw into everything Mac OS. And what I mean by that is I log onto my Mac Studio, I put in my Apple ID, it knows everything about me because Apple has all my data, secure and private, right? It knows I'm a Celtics fan. So it instantly builds out a widget on my desktop that shows me the last 5 Celtics scores, right? It knows I'm into programming, so it builds a widget that shows me the latest news on the latest models and what I need to do, and just integrate this automation powered by a local model into your OS where the software I need is built and generated on the fly by that local model. I don't see the tech. I don't need to run the model. I don't need to download Qwen 3.5. You get Qwen, you put your Apple logo on it, and now this is what Apple Intelligence should be, right? Apple Intelligence shouldn't be me hitting the Siri button going, what's on my calendar today? It should be Apple knowing what's on my calendar today and then building a widget on the fly that says, oh, you have a meeting where you're gonna be on moonshots later. Here's from your email what you'll be discussing, and here's a PowerPoint you can show on the podcast, right? Just a reactive OpenClaw baked into everything, powered by a local model.
And that's the carrot. What's the stick? If Apple, which obviously is sitting on a gold mine here, could be delivering OpenClaw via Apple Intelligence, if Apple doesn't deliver this within some time frame, what's your recourse? What other company would you go to?
Well, I'd imagine basically every other company is going to eventually try to get to that state. I think over the next year, the consumer level is going to realize local models are the way to go from a privacy perspective, a speed perspective, a limit perspective. And Apple's ahead in that realm right now. They're ahead on the consumer side when it comes to local AI. And so I'd go anywhere else that does that, right? I don't want to have to go to app stores anymore and download apps. You have my data, build me the apps I need when I need them. And so other companies will go for it. Luckily, Apple's in the lead right now, and they have the hardware done. Now you just got to bake it into the systems.
Can you talk about so everybody should be excited about running locally because you can do anything inside your house, and it's just so much more comforting than not knowing where your query log is going or your prompt log is going. But what kind of throughput are you getting? Is it like a really good experience compared to using an API? And like I use Claude 4.6 all day, and I also do a lot of local running. And you know, my M3 chip the fan will just kick on and blow out a huge amount of heat, and the thing actually won't charge fast enough. My laptop won't charge fast enough to keep up when I'm running at full throttle.
Time for a new laptop.
So I have to let it sleep and rest. But anyway, what kind of throughput are you getting?
So I'll be honest, it's not good as cloud models. It's not as fast, it's not as smart.
Yeah.
But the experience fundamentally changes when you have an AI that's always on, that does not have limitations, right?
Yeah.
Just because Qwen 3.5 isn't as good at coding as Opus 4.6 doesn't mean it's useless. I can now have Qwen 3.5 literally watching online, finding use cases, challenges to solve, things like that, and just coding on the fly 24/7, 365. It's just not possible with cloud API, right? You have limits, it costs you thousands a month. Just the fact that you have kind of this ambient AI changes the experience of AI as a whole, where you don't need the best speeds. You don't need the most genius level IQ. The fact that it's ambient and always on and always reactive just changes the entire experience as a whole.
I'm so with you on that too. One thing that's really new in the world is it can do productive things indefinitely, like days and days and days.
Mm-hmm.
And when I use my APIs that I loved a month ago, I have no idea what the bill is going to be. Like, I literally have no idea if I turn it loose. So I have to run it in like 1 hour chunks and check in on it and turn it off and see if it's done anything productive. Because it goes on a wild goose chase. I could come back with like a $5,000 bill and a bunch of code that I need to drag into the trash can. So it's really not a very comfortable situation right now with my Claude 4.6 and my other APIs.
In a way, it's the same with local, where when I first started experimenting with this and I set up all my Mac Studios and download models, and I had a code for the next 48 hours, just find things to build and build it. It went off on tangents and build really buggy code. I found a kind of hybrid approach that's worked really well, and I think this is where people are going to move towards before it's fully local, which is I have an OpenClaw on my Mac Studio that's powered by ChatGPT, and I have another one that's powered by Qwen Local. And basically, Qwen's constantly coding, and ChatGPT checks every 10 minutes just to see what it's doing, making sure it's on the right path. I named the ChatGPT agent Ralph. Anyone who's deep into the trenches knows of the Ralph loop. That's basically what it's doing, is just making sure it's on track. But I think the hybrid approach is kind of the sweet spot where it doesn't take a lot of tokens to have it check every 10 minutes to make sure it's doing the right thing. And then you can have all the hard work done locally.
Alex, why don't you take a second and back up for those listeners who are just jumping into this, and they've heard us, they've heard AWG and myself and Dave wax lyrically about OpenClaw, and okay, I'm excited. Okay, I have to do this, and I do want to encourage everybody. Yes, you have to do this. This is the future. This is about becoming a creator versus a consumer. This is about your future as an entrepreneur. This is your future as a mom or dad or a CEO. This is the agentic layer, and this is the, I want to call it almost the outermost loop, AWG, versus the innermost loop.
Nature demands symmetry, I guess.
Yeah. Alex,
Outermost loop.
Well, it is the outermost loop. Give us,
awesome.
give us the 101 here for folks.
Yeah, so OpenClaw is basically a open source, fully customizable, self-improving, self-learning, self-evolving personal AI agent. Lives on your computer, lives locally, and can basically do anything on your computer you can do. At its core, it's just an AI model with scheduling and like a really good memory system so that you can schedule tasks to do in the future. That's it at its core, but when you combine those things, there's this kind of magic to it. And it improves as it goes. So if you give it a task, hey, I need you to build a presentation for me, and then give me the news next week, right? It'll learn as it goes what works, what doesn't. And so it's a totally personalized AI agent. It's basically, the reason why I think it's been so successful the last month is I think it's the application people have been waiting for AI, that kind of personal assistant AI. But it's your own personal assistant that can do pretty much anything you want it to do on a computer, and it'll learn about you and get better as it goes.
We talked about being claw-pilled, right? It's like once you start using it, there's this level of. I remember in like 1998 when when I finally got the .com world, right? Way before you were born. Anyway, it was like wow, and I'm having that exact same moment now. It's like the infinite potential of what I could do 24/7, all the time. Everywhere, all at once.
You get Claude-pilled when you have that magical moment, which I'm sure you had, Peter, which is like, the magic moment's typically when it figures out how to do something.
Yes.
You give it a task to do, maybe you're not as clear about how to do it, and it doesn't know how to do it, but it kind of just figures it out.
Or it says, oh, this didn't work out, and then it comes back and says, but I figured it out, you know?
Exactly. Or you literally see the chat. It's like, damn, that didn't work. Let me try something else. Oh, that didn't work either. Let me try. Okay, that worked. Now it's working, right? Like that. We've never seen an AI that can do that before, because you have all these other AI applications that have guardrails. Anthropic doesn't want their AI experimenting and downloading random things to try it out, to make it work. OpenAI doesn't want their AI to be off the rails and try different things. And it's like what you talked about earlier. It's like, it's that danger, which is what makes it so powerful, which is why you got to use it.
We're going to get to use cases in a moment. I just want to get everybody up to speed here. So we're going to put a couple of videos in the chat below on how to get started. But you've made the point, Alex, you can start with almost any machine that you have. There are people who are going on virtual machines. We should talk about that for a moment, versus a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio or your HP that's 5 years old in the closet in the other room.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, so your first decision when using OpenClaw is virtual versus local, right? A VPS or any device on planet Earth that's on your desk. I think the answer is very clear and obvious. I think the VPS route is bad. In basically every measurable facet is significantly worse than local. I think it's significantly better when you have a device on your desk that it's running on and you can watch it. And there's many reasons behind that. Okay. There is speed. VPSs are just much slower. There's applications. I have it on my Mac Studio. any app or thing I can put on my Mac Studio or build on my Mac Studio, I can give to my OpenClaw as a tool. You don't have that kind of customization on a virtual server. There's scalability. If I have literally 4 OpenClaws right now working 24/7 on my computer. If I did that on a VPS, it would scale to astronomical costs, right? And so, and there's the security side. One of my favorite tweets was from a few weeks ago. Someone found like a list of every VPS that didn't have security attached to it, that everyone was running their OpenClaws on, and all their password and keys were exposed. And so, and this isn't a blanket statement, but you know, I think it's as close to accurate as you can get. When you run on a VPS, you're not secure by default. When you run on local, fresh hardware you just plugged into the wall, you're secure by default, right? And so it takes a lot of technical work to make a VPS more secure because it's on a server on the cloud. And so I don't think it's remotely close. I think having it local on your desk is the best route. And do you need to run out and buy a $600 Mac Mini? No, you don't need to do that at all. You can literally go into your closet, find your college laptop from 15 years ago, plug that in, and put OpenClaw on it, and you'll have a way better experience than a VPS.
What's the limitations of taking a 10-year-old laptop and using that instead of a new Mac?
Same thing, same limitations of if you would have hired an employee and handed them a 10-year-old laptop, right? Whatever's available to them is the hardware of that 10-year-old laptop. Because I gave my OpenClaw a Mac Studio with 512 gigabytes, it can do anything on a Mac Studio 512 that a human being can do. It can run local models. It can program 5 different things simultaneously. It can generate images on a local image model all at the same time. You put it on a 10-year-old laptop, can't do those things, but at the same time, like, I wouldn't let that stop you from using OpenClaw. If that's all you got, then load it up. Start using it, find use cases, and if you find like, oh man, I wish I could do this thing, that requires 20 gigabytes of more memory, then you can kind of scale from there.
There must be awesome posts on Moltbook from Claus going, I can't believe the hardware this guy's having me run on. This is ridiculous.
I would also say, Salim, to that, remember half of the point, in addition to the other reasons Alex articulated, of using relatively recent Apple devices is Apple has a relatively unique architecture for memory called Unified Memory Architecture that blends the GPU memory / TPU / NPU memory with normal RAM, so you can host really large models locally that otherwise would be exceedingly difficult or expensive to host on a GPU in VRAM alone. So did you get like really large unified memory architecture memory footprints sufficient to host really large Chinese open weight models locally 10 years ago? No, you won't get that with a 10-year-old laptop. So you're somewhat hamstrung to recent devices with large UMA memory footprints if you want to host recent Chinese models.
So you either use an online inference and limit it to non-image, non-video manipulation, and don't touch those categories, and keep it to basic coding tasks, then you could probably make it work.
But it's expensive. Like you end up paying through the nose for tokens, whereas in principle, if it's locally hosted, you're using a Chinese open weight model.
It's like,
right. What you're saying is just shut up and go out and buy the Mac.
Yeah, well, it's got to be in the last 2 years, I think. The MPS.
What are you running on a Mac Mini on your computer? What open models? What models are you running there, Alex? On just a Mac Mini.
So it depends what you got. If you got the base model 16 gigabyte Mac Mini.
Atlas, this is Logo, come back.
Sorry, Atlas. Logo.
Hey, can you test 429 in current state?
Absolutely, you got, you got a link?
I do, stand by. On your desk.
Sure.
I just seen a motherfucking rainbow, nigga. Stupid. He said, I know my baby mama at the end of that motherfucker with her gold digging ass. Stupid.
Which is like the cheapest one you can get. You're not going to run any kind of frontier models or anything like that. You can run smaller like Gemma models that could act as sort of a memory system for you that will improve the memory of your OpenClaw, find the right memories at the right time. If you have a 32 gigabyte Mac Mini, you can now run the Qwen 3.5 model that released a couple days ago, which is really strong and beat Sonnet 3.5 on a lot of benchmarks.
Nice.
Will the performance be the best? Probably not, but it's better than nothing. And then you plug that in and kind of go the hybrid approach, which is plug it into your ChatGPT OAuth, which they're encouraging you to use their OAuth, and you kind of go the hybrid approach. You can get a lot of really good work done and offload to those Qwen models.
Looking through this comment section. Crazy. Also, BTW, known issue, no touchpad support at current. Oh man. Everybody hit it with me, hit the sea lion. sea life. Cheers. Are you saying that that's still working in the current build?
Yeah, it's still got the cursor on it and everything.
You got it plugged in or wireless?
Currently plugged in.
Try wireless.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think my controller has any battery life, so it'll only work plugged in anymore.
Copy that. That's interesting. Chira. Oh yeah. So you still have touchpad functionality? She the cousin of Chitaria. Okay. Well, in that case, Atlas's logo come back. Yes, and that actually makes a lot of sense. Yes, that's great. Hmm. Okay. Okay, what the fuck am I trying to change here? Bam. Atlas is his logo. Shit. Probably gonna go to lunch in about 15 minutes. So just been literally, I don't want to say slaving away, but definitely head down. holding that cough in for a while. Thank you. It was like half cough, half sneeze. Yeah, I was reading this. Did you see the Substack came out with their own like recording or like broadcast studio software? It's basically OBS but for Substack specifically. So that's pretty crazy. Are you at your desk? Alice Logo.
Repeat last.
Hey, I just pushed an update. You want to check that out?
Yeah, that's right now. Yeah, man.
Oh, wow. Knew it would overcorrect for that.
Oh, that's nice with the stick panning.
Yeah, I put it on the left stick and then I put the speed of it all the way up, and it works pretty well. I'm just trying to figure out how also to complement that with the right stick, because there's still some non-intuitiveness that we got to solve for. Also, how many buttons does the touchpad have? Is it two separate buttons, or is it like one just solid button? It feels like it's two separate buttons. What is this now? Let me try that like that. Is that left stick not working? It's there we go. Okay, well, we can fix that. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Meld? My office.
Be there in a second.
Copy that. Be advised, it's public.
What's up, Kevin?
Lieutenant Commander, what's up, brother? I was doing some work and let's see here. Oh, sorry, man. I had it on swap. I had it on switch. Yeah. So you can mute me on that, on the live stream. But yeah, I got it to a nice working state right now. The only thing that I'm trying to figure out is you still have connectivity via touchpad, and I do not when I'm connected Bluetooth, so it could be a USB code that they wrote as opposed to Bluetooth code. You know what I mean? So
Actually, I think I'm with the touchpad control now. Well, it seems like when the magnifier comes up, it's breaking it.
well, the magnifier comes up, it breaks what?
The virtual cursor being
Oh, for the touchpad?
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I even told it, I was like, we're not gonna worry about that right now. We'll worry about that afterwards.
Yeah, I think well, we actually kind of don't want the cursor being displayed when it's in that mode, like
No.
magnifier mode.
Yeah.
Just have the magnifier.
Shit, yeah, I agree. Right, exactly. What do you got? A public thought or a private thought?
I guess it doesn't really terribly matter too much.
Okay.
It's more process kind of thing, but if I set up an anti-gravity folder basically that has the current code base of the branch that we're talking, like trying to work on, it may be able to give me better articulated prompts of what I'm trying to say
I mean, it's possible. We could look into it.
I think sometimes, like, in very, well, I don't know. In certain ways, it can, like, even just minor syntactical ambiguity can cause it to interpret shit in vastly
Yeah,
different ways.
completely agree. I completely agree with that. Ooh, that's a bug. Like when you zoom, there's a weird, there's a weird sort of smoothness. And I wonder if that's just on, well,
Yeah, I mean, it could be the actual, like, the stick itself, the output that it's giving might need smoothed.
actually, believe it or not, it's only on different layers.
Huh. So it's smooth out.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay, Biddy. Yeah, I think I was a little bit, I told it to sort of tighten up the page clamping and it went too far. So I'm gonna have to go in there. Keiko Punk says, I love this app. Thanks, man. Well, we're working on it. We're trying to bring something hot. Bring something hot.
That's weird. It lost which controller was active. Drop down.
Oh yeah, I think I pushed new code. You might wanna. Is that how you update for code?
Well, I do a hard refresh first, then I usually force update.
Okay.
During the cache.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that too. Oh, because that would make sense. You said, yeah, it's great. The game controller is peak. Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy what we're trying to do here. I will say that. Oh shit. You know what? I think I'm gonna set the default, not touchpad sensitivity, but the default magnifier sensitivity up because I feel like it just starts way too slow. I mean, it's not even that fast now, and it's at maximum, so we may have to up it.
Oh, there's options to set which touchpad, which source moves the mic. That's cool.
Oh yeah. You didn't see that?
So,
Oh, okay. we still need the ability to modify that in real time as well. Just as far as size. I mean, you could do shape, but even that, I don't even know if I like attached to the right stick.
Wonder if we can do key combos like left trigger and right stick does.
We can.
You know, zoom. And, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, but right now we have to do this manually. So, but I do want to see what the would be. And that's the fastest. I mean, I think there's a memory leak too somewhere in there. Can you have 11 too? Yeah, that might be able to be sussed out of the code afterwards, though. I got a feature I'm pushing today that's gonna make just things a little bit easier too, because I feel like it's something I've always wanted to do, but didn't have a chance to really do it until now. But yeah.
I am.
How's yours working?
I found something I'm trying to articulate for the.
Okay. Well, send it to me, because I'm going to put it all in the same one when I come back from lunch. Keiko Punk says it's the game controller. I'm telling you, the game controller, gamepad support, and being able to, just craft your own experience and, make it intuitive and everything. Like, this is not, people are not ready for this shit. Yep. Well, it's coming. It's coming in weeks. We are weeks away from that. We aren't even months away from that anymore. So I can't wait till you beta test this and I can come here, put on a record and read my comics on this big screen this way. Yeah. I mean, it's coming. And you'll be able to give me, I mean, I take it you're supporting the Kickstarter, so that's not neither here nor there. But yeah, if you're supporting the Kickstarter, you will have early testing access and, you know, a bunch of different bells and whistles that come with the app when we're all said and done, so. But I'm excited that you're excited. We're excited that you're excited. You see this message? Independent over closer. Yeah, you know, I thought about this. Oh, the Kickstarter is going to be going live probably in the next 2 weeks. In fact, no longer than 3 weeks away. So I'd say be on the safe side, 2 weeks away from yesterday. So it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. All right, Discord. I'm gonna take a lunch. Probably be back in an hour, maybe 2 if I, you know, eat real good. I guess. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'll be back. If you want to articulate some notes and stuff like that, let me know.
Sounds good.
All right. Peace, everybody.